Hello. I did get a haircut. I did, my hair was cut for last stream. You were here last stream. Unless that's what you're talking about, seeing it last stream. Also, Captain was here more than a half an hour early, and Nick was here before the stream started as well. Thank you guys for being here. Then Narvin, Kazi, Asamiya, Laura, Cake, and Freddles, thank you as well. And April, thank you for being here, and thank you for the 14-month resub. So, and Amy, hello. So what we're gonna do is play some music, and then in an hour, we'll do the bi-weekly guitar lesson with Caffeinated Polygons, and then kind of go from there. Sort of tiny update, I guess, on some stuff is I spent a whole bunch of time yesterday doing video editing things. Jags, what's up? Nice to see you. Yo, it's hot. Whew. One second. Hello, Viva. These are gonna change anyway. Today's the day? The day for what? Unless that's a new, are you ready for tomorrow? Are you nervous about tomorrow? Which, speaking of, are you nervous? Or are you nervous about tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Got him. Freddles, thank you for the 6-month resub. I've been watching a whole bunch of the early music sources videos, so I have that sound in my head. You need more viewers incoming? just trying to think, what could one person possibly do? Someone who's not, like, mega famous. And even people who are really big, it's like... That's right, retweet the damn tweet. That's right. You can help out, you can do something. All right, more Renaissance stuff. This is really minor. This one note needs to be louder. Kazi, thank you for the 300 bits. Wholesome Gaming, welcome. This has to be. There's names for these, individual lines in these cadences, and there's names for these cadences. Perhaps at some point, maybe later today, we can, I can show you what I mean with some of the videos. I haven't watched the specific early music sources video on cadences in a while. Also, Vol, hello. But it may give, I think a lot of these videos, it's really important to, if you care to, understand the way things are in music now, and to even get an idea of how they used to be at some point in the past, to really take a look. Lo-fi? You just want me to play lo-fi? Some chords? Please stop. Please stop. No, I'm not gonna stop. I'm keep gonna say. But like, what's wrong with people? And I know I banned you, but you should probably sub to the stream and also gift that 100 subs. And also just, I don't know, give me all your money. Please. Exactly, tier 3 while you're at it. While we're making demands, we might as well, you know, might as well dream big. Dream big. Why not? I said please, so it makes it okay, right? Some more English Renaissance stuff. It's crazy that so that was by John Dowland, that same type of music could come from the same person who can write stuff that's so damn heavy and sad. Get ready for the barking. Anyone want to help me get out of this place? Hello, Christina. Don't hear it. I muted the mic, although you may have heard one bark in the beginning, but... claps. So in terms of what you call music, depends on the context. So, Hera, hello. So in the classical world, pieces of music are generally just called pieces, and songs, if you can think about it this way, I'm gonna make it almost the answer almost obviously ridiculous, but songs are sung. But we just call everything a song at this point, so it's understandable. Why it would just be like, oh, what song is that? I say that too sometimes, and it depends. Like, in jazz, you would call everything like you call them tunes. One of the teacher, my boss, she was like the head of the department, the performing arts department that I was teaching at, and she did theater stuff. So she called everything in every context numbers. She's like, how many numbers are you kids doing on the program? And I was like, so now you just hope that the person you're talking to isn't a jerk. Like, oh, I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? Oh, you meant pieces? I had no idea what you meant when you said songs. Because that person should stub their toe. Now, to answer the question, it depends on which one. Walk away, yeah. Well, sometimes you can't walk away. You just have to hope that they stub their toe when they walk away. These first two pieces were from Luis Milan. That was this. Oh, the one where it's great. That's John Dowland. Dowland. From the land of Dows. You are welcome. Yeah, he is one of my favorite composers ever. I really should learn more of his music, but at some point. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do. I was saying before that I went through a bunch of VODs, and I still have to do a whole bunch more. But I got the basic video editing. Like, I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to, like, what the hell do I know about video editing? So I had to learn some stuff that's, like, very basic. But when you don't know what you're doing, you just, well, you don't even know where to look. And then even if you do know, you have to make certain, what I guess you could call artistic decisions. What do you actually want to do once you know how to do it? So I got like sort of the basic thing done, and a bunch of videos, a bunch of the improvisations done. I kind of just have to figure out. One of the things I'm thinking about most is actually just like at the end of a video, you know, I don't know how important this is, but whatever, I'm trying to think about it. At the end of the video, what do you want, like, you know, what do I want it to be? What do I want it to say? Do I want the thing to just end? Do I want it to fade out? Do I, like... And I tried to use some examples of other people who do stuff on the internet. I could show you guys. I think I can show you. I don't know if these two, if there's any sort of... There may actually be an issue with running... I use DaVinci Resolve. There may be an issue running that with some of the other things I have going now, though. I'm kind of scared, actually. I don't know. I don't want the stream to explode. I feel like I've tried this before, and there were there may be conflicts with Reaper. Yeah, so I'm just thinking of an end screen. So right now, I mean, I can kind of describe it. It just like fades out of whatever the thing is, and then fades into just like twitch.tv/snaf, and then like the logo, the sort of portrait thing that Count made. But it's like, should there be something else? You know, I looked at should it say something? Should there be like a little saying thing? Because, you know, I tried to look at examples, so I went like, oh, hold on a second. You know, when you don't know stuff, it's like, look at what other people have done. And so, yeah, I tend to like things simple in general. There's also that. You can always do it later. And I also don't think it's the biggest deal ever. But it's like, I never really thought about this stuff before. But, like, okay, what are some things that are kind of similar? Oh, these Sika's guitar videos. Oh.
Hi.
And so it's like, what does this do? Oh, okay, it starts with them. I haven't seen this, but I know how this just came out yesterday. I haven't watched this, but she's going to do this intro, and then it's probably going to be quiet, and it's going to show some clips of her, like, laughing.
And I'm a classical guitarist coming from Italy. I'm here at Sika's Guitars recording some videos, and we really hope you will enjoy them. Leave a comment, and if you like.
Okay, and then it does this thing. Bring, bring. So it does harmonics on it. So it does that, right? It's signature sound, signature thing. Boom. Oh, and this is special, like, so this is something different. Okay, so one of the cello suites. Well, that's some intense, geez. Okay, so that's some intense breathing. That has nothing to do with the, you know, the editing, but geez, Louise. And then you go to the end and you go like, okay, well, what happens when the thing ends? Does it just disappear all of a sudden the video ends and you see the recommended videos? Ooh, this stuff pops up. It pops up a little before. A better me? Thanks. Tanguy. Bonsoir. Some other videos. Subscribe. Watch more. Guitar headstock. How long does it last? Probably just fades out. Yep. So, that's what I mean. So, like, what do you do? And that's, you know, if we look at another type of thing like that, we can go to, okay. Guitar Salon. Guitar Salon International. And you go like, okay, what do they do? Here's one. Okay, well, you guys can't see it. Here's a little, like, give the gift of music logo. They always do this. They start the music and you see the guitar and the information about it. And so what do they do differently at the end? Fate's that same thing. They give you the same information, and okay, something sort of similar. Subscribe to the channel, some alternate videos, and this brings you to the guitar for sale that was being played, and that lasts for what, 15 seconds, and then fades out really quickly, probably. So those are the types of things that I'm like sort of need to think about. And some of those things are done in YouTube, not in the video editing. Like those links obviously the video can't have the link. So I gotta figure out how to do that. That may be a good thing to do, that like subscribe button thing at the end. Just subscribe to the channel, then bring up an alternate video so the person's like, oh yeah, I'll just keep clicking. Yeah, I'll just have one more. Those are some of the things you got to think about. You know, when people are like, just do YouTube or something, it's like, okay. But details. The devil is in the details, and that saying works in a lot of different ways. A lot of different situations. Can I play Tango in Sky? Nope. Okay. Let's do this. I mean, I can do this. I just need some ideas for stuff. Oh, Scotty, you missed the person. you missed the person before. Lo-fi, please. Chords. And then I said, can you stop that? And they said, no, I really like it, or something. Or, no, I love it. Like, and they got banned. It's like, what? What in the world? What in tarnation? Thanks for the claps. Bloopers probably aren't the best for music stuff. It's just gonna be music, a certain mood, and then just having blooper. I don't know if that really fits the thing. Also, HQ, what's up? I saw you pop in a couple minutes ago. Although I would like to have videos just like, it'd be nice to get like a channel like editor who goes through and clips stuff or takes clips that are done and stuff and puts them together in compilations and stuff like that. And then that would essentially be just probably, 90% bloopers. But I definitely want to keep this part simple. It's just like, the thing, so it's, I was saying like that, and it's like, does the text just appear? What does it do? You got to think of these, like what font to use. There's all sorts of things that probably are taken for granted until you actually try to create the thing. Like that's just what happens in life. You go, like the details typically go unnoticed, especially if it's working well. You're more likely to miss the details. So we have 10 minutes before the lesson. What if... Captain, I watched that video on the Lautenwerk. It's interesting. I don't know if I'd ever actually listened to one before. It kind of like tripped me out, because it was like I hear that sound and I expect, even if the person isn't trying, to have like variations in the sound. And I've heard, oh my god, I've heard that Prelude, Fugue, and Allegro a billion times. It is the go-to for both master classes and competition pieces. It's just like, I've seen so many master classes where I've seen so many competition. It's just like, and so to hear it in a different way, it was bizarre. Because it was like, it would be impossible to play that sort of like consistently in terms of tone and volume and stuff like that if you were playing on an actual lute. But it sounds like a lute, so it's like, what the hell am I hearing? What am I ears hearing. Speaking of Bach, Johann Sebastian Bach. Johann. So that was the Andante from the Second Violin Sonata by Bach. It's almost 4, so I won't play I won't start anything else. Oh, I just got let me see this. I see. Mary Hamilton probably could fit. Should probably go slow. Why doesn't this sound? Oh, whoops, because it's not a D. It's a little smooth. One of the notes is cut off. It's that. Oh, that's the second page. Okay, I see what's going on here. Enjoy the Lurk Fair. Levia. Hello. Let me just download the second one here. Yeah. It's supposed to be tuned down to D. All right. I just wanted to see what this was. Oh. I always forget to do this. I gotta plug in my camera. Tickle Pink TV. Hello. I like the energy. Bro. What? Oh. Because it's backwards. Plugging in USB things is impossible. Yeah, it's a C920. It's the, you know, the classic streamer camera. All right. So 1 sec. I'm gonna hop on a call with Caffeinated Polygons. Oh wow, that's pointing down really far. It's like way too far. That's ridiculous. Why didn't I do this before? This view is a lot better for him. right? It's connecting. Still connecting. It picks up everything. Yeah, it's pretty. I have to have it a little more sensitive than I would like to, because a lot of the music I play is just like generally quiet with a guitar. I don't know. What is going on? Gravity's daughter. Hello. We're trying to figure out some technical stuff for those who are wondering. RT, does anybody know what that means? Polygon says, not sure what's happening. It's saying RTC connecting above the video button on the side. RTC connecting? Okay, so this says check your how to resolve Discord stuck on RTC connecting. Check your internet connection. Restart your devices. Check your VPN. Set a different server region. Disable quality of service. Change the audio subsystem. Temporarily disable your antivirus program. I don't know if he hears the stream. Gets fixed for you in the matter of 10 seconds. Yeah, we've done a bunch of calls for like a while, and this has never happened. Hey, there we go. Okay. I
updated Discord, and then it worked.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. All right. We got this. So I'm going to do this. Pop out. Boom. All right. We're in. We're good to go. All right. So, what's up? How's it going? It's been a couple weeks.
Yep. A little higher. All right. Yeah, the main thing I've been practicing, I just sent you, and then you sight read very quickly.
I wanted to. Sorry, I get a sense of some
No.
like. I wanted to get a. That was the first time I'd ever actually like looked at it.
Yeah, I thought it might be helpful if I could at least scan the arrangement. I know it's not a perfect scan, but it's got most of it on there.
Yeah, that's fine. So let's do this. Let's start with some basic warm-up stuff here. I'm gonna change the tuning down to D. I mean, because you can do it with the capo on if you want. Like, right? It's all gonna be this. It's gonna be the same stuff. What we're doing. Where is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 5th fret. Is that what it said?
Yeah.
So for those who are wondering, that's to get this into the key that the song is actually in the game. And it's always so nice playing with a capo. In a certain sense, I feel like my hand is like so big. I can like reach these things like so easily. All right. All right, so we can do just start at like really basic, just like warming up the right hand just for a second, like a few like palm exercises with each finger. looks good.
Now for the hard one.
And then all three. Oh, okay. Oh, that was the. Okay, yeah, that was
the
the.
middle finger planted one.
Nice. So there's one I want to look at. Can you do M and A together again? I think it was. So they're not quite together. It's like.
Yeah. I think that it's like must be like it's like it's the nail is moving, but it's coming off of it a split second later or something. This is how it feels.
So that could be a couple things. Like, it could actually be like nail length and shape issue thing. It's something I've been kind of dealing with right now because I've been messing around with the nail on my M finger to compensate for, the finger feeling weird. So it's like making some things uneven, like the tremolo, and I have to like overcompensate for whatever effect it's having. So you're not going to adjust it right now in terms of the nail, though that would be something to try. But see if you can focus on, see if you can make the adjustment almost in real time now with thinking about having the M finger like release just like a tiny bit earlier. Yeah, so it may feel weird and like take some extra concentration. I mean, it should because you're doing something different. But that's something you can try to do because just being able to do that in general and like being connected with your fingers in that way is definitely very useful for a whole bunch of different reasons. Maybe not so much so right now, but in terms of like playing things with slightly different like different volumes to bring things out, or slightly actually maybe you want to play a chord and go and like have things not just every chord where things happen at the same time be blocked off. You want to deliberately, if you're going to do it deliberately, make the conscious choice and control how you stagger the notes. So but yeah, that's just something to be aware of when they're not, because you want them to be the same volume, you want them to feel the same, you want them to happen at the same time. But overall it looks good. I mean, like, how do you feel comfortable, like more comfortable with these as you're doing them, like doing the right motion?
I haven't been doing this warm up as much, so it, other than the one where I do the I and A finger, still requires me to think about it, especially with the thumb. But most of them feel pretty good, and that's without me like actively preparing. Oh, I'm going to play this on stream.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's the goal with like essentially all of these, any of the exercises. You do them, and like eventually you want them to, feel good, and then you can do them less. They become more of just sort of like warm up things as opposed to like, okay, I'm going to spend a whole bunch of time doing this exercise. And you keep doing that until you just keep finding things that are difficult but also would be helpful to do and making them easier to do. So what about some maybe we can go through some basic left hand stuff. We'll do just like the 4 finger things. We can go ascending, like from 1 to 4, and go down and up the strings for a second. Nice. Can you try it again? This time I'm curious because I remember last time we were getting that buzzing sound. Let's see if, for the sake of for two things. One, seeing if we can get rid of the buzzing sound, but also seeing if we can control the rest strokes a bit. See if you can play piano, so like playing quietly with the right hand, and just see how like you still want it to be everything to be even, but let's see if we can do that just playing quiet.
Okay.
Nice. So it's still buzzing in some places.
I think
I w-
my finger's not going down, especially like the pinky finger and a little bit the ring finger on some of those. I noticed before I got on, I was running through this a little bit, and I noticed that I'm kind of putting my finger flatter instead of getting the fingertip. So that's one of the things I'm trying to correct.
Yeah, have it. So that can happen for like a couple reasons too. Um, we tend to favor the like stronger part of our hand, and like for good reason, and it may let like sort of an extreme version of it is like something like this. Um, but moving towards something like this, where you're actually favoring the weaker part, and like so if we were to like to switch from this to something closer to that, where you'd be reaching more with your first finger, is closer to a default thing. None of this is ever just like totally 100% what you have to do. But I mean, here there's no like crazy stretching or anything like that, or any reaches you have to make. So you should be able to comfortably get on the tips of the fingers like that. Also, one other thing, because we're going from 1 to 4, it allows us to practice keeping the fingers down. And this would be good just to do anyway, but especially ascending, I felt like some of the times where the notes were like on your fourth finger were something like, this is an exaggerated version. And so like if you really if you're keeping all your fingers down, it'll definitely stop you from lifting this finger up too soon. And that may also tie into like this being kind of light on this finger, whereas like you really want to feel the weight on the fourth finger when you're playing there, if that makes sense. So let's try it one more time through, but now seeing if you can keep your fingers down until you need to move them to play whatever the next note is. So it's like your fingers, yeah.
Try that again.
It's all right. It's difficult and it's like, yeah, it's tough. Especially that finger, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's tough. This ring finger in particular is just like stuck to the fingers around it. It's the hardest one to control by far, and there's anatomical reasons for that. Like, one may think it's actually your pinky that's the hardest, but it's not. It's this thing, and I felt like the most difficult thing is bringing it in like this. Sometimes it's just like, and so what we can do is, did we ever do this exercise where you just work on moving the fingers independently across the strings like this?
I haven't done that yet. No.
Okay, so let's do this. This on, it's in Pumping Nylon. So I have some tea in my beard. It's in Pumping Nylon. We have different versions, so I'm not sure what page it's going to be on for you. But it is, what? Where would this be? Because even if we just had the
Do you have the same numbers for the exercises?
Yeah, those should be the same. So it's fixed finger exercise number 7 and 8. And that should be part of, it'll be under the chapter daily warm-up routine.
Fixed finger exercises 52.
So for me, it's page 52.
Okay, that's same here.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. All right. For some reason, I thought we had different versions, but all right. So yeah, so 52 is the single finger version of it, and the next page uses pairs of fingers. And so this just gives you kind of an example of what you can do. If you notice in the gray area, it's shaded and it says fix your fingers on the 3rd string. 2, 3, and 4 on the 3rd string. And then although over 1 fret, although it actually doesn't really make the biggest difference. It's still going to be the same thing. Yeah, and so yeah, you're essentially, I wouldn't worry so much about the actual pitches, because this is it, they're assuming you don't have a capo on your guitar. So, but it's just going between. I mean, they actually tell you the strings with the numbers and the circles. So, so they're just having you go back and forth like this. And the thing you want to, there's a couple things you want to think about. Well, actually, before I do it, I want to see if this happens. So if you just try going back and forth, you can just pick 2 strings to go back and forth between. So they're saying 5th and 2nd. So here's one thing. Yeah, you can just pick 2 finger, like, so for right hand stuff, although it's not the focus. Definitely just free strokes. And you can just repeat back and forth, whether it's P and M or P and I or something. I mean, later you can work on switching them. That's only if you're comfortable enough doing it already. Also, make sure you're relaxed with your left hand. So, like, yeah, because I saw that joint, that last tip joint on the 3rd finger bending in. Yeah, so, and the thing I was looking for that everyone does, it's totally natural to do, is that it ends up sounding like, kind of like this. What we actually want to do is work on moving the finger as fast as possible, but still being controlled. And so you'd think that the closer the notes are together, the closer you, like, the faster you switch, the faster the notes change, means the faster your finger is moving, but that's not necessarily the case. If you actually hold down the notes, the thing that, like, will ultimately determine or sort of guarantee that you're moving the fastest is the amount of silence in between the notes. So you could change the notes like really slowly. But you have to move really fast for there to be that little silence. Whereas you can actually change the notes faster, but my finger isn't moving as fast. So that's a big natural tendency to want to do. So if you can actually try playing almost legato, just like connected between them. It's going to be difficult to do it first like that, but that's something you want to think about and be aware of. And when you do it, nice, better. When you do it, make sure to also be as relaxed as possible with your left hand. So if the joints do flex in like that, see if before you do anything else that they end up relaxing and becoming curved again. Ultimately, you don't want them to flex in like that at all. Yeah, it's. But right now, your hand's probably just like kind of tense. Both of them are probably tense. Like, what I do?
Tension plus double jointedness. Super fun.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that definitely doesn't. That doesn't help. Nice. And try it with the second finger. You can also do, if you want to make it a little easier, I don't know why it doesn't show this. Maybe it's just to save space. Although, they could have just made the measure shorter. I don't know why they didn't do this. But you can do the distance of just like skipping over one string. You can go between the fourth and second strings. So try that with the second finger. This should be a little more difficult. Nice. One other thing. Try to do it without again, because it's an exercise, you can try to be like really strict with this. I try to think about these things as sort of like weight training, or really training for anything where you isolate muscle groups or you isolate a particular type of motion. So when you're playing, you can definitely like use your wrist and stuff to like make things easier and more fluid. But just to work on the actual individual motion of this finger, I'd suggest trying to keep the hand as still as possible, as opposed to like, because you can almost do like a bunch of it just with your hand, but yeah, exactly, yeah. And then we can try also, just for the same, because again, these you can spend a bunch of time on doing different distances and, really going slowly to make sure you're doing it really controlled. And making sure you're, yeah.
Feels like
So, yeah, this one is, again, going to be worse than your fourth finger. This is going to be the hardest one. Yeah, so okay, so this is one of the things I was thinking about. You want to make sure when you're going slowly, you want to go slow enough so that you have as few instances of so like what you're doing is it's a little hard to see, but I can tell by the sound and everything and just what's likely to happen is that you're like in between strings. Right? So it's like doing that or something or like
Yeah, I think my ping hitting that string too.
oh, that could also that could definitely be an issue. That's why we need to be on the tips of the fingers for something like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially bringing it. Yeah, again, that's what reminded me of this exercise because now this is the thing that was just happening with the other exercise, bringing this finger in like that, and you can eventually make these really extreme where you plant your fingers on other strings, right? So if you want to exaggerate the bringing inward of the ring finger, your third finger, you can plant these fingers on the sixth string, and you'll have the most extreme situation you'll ever encounter on a guitar that has 6 strings be going from this fifth string to this sixth string.
I don't even think I can physically get it to the second string yet. I can go to the third. Almost.
It's difficult and it's possible. This is almost to as a little comfort if it helps. This is like my most hated exercise in terms of like how satisfying it is to do. I hate doing it, but it's almost maybe for that reason one of the best exercises to do. Hello, Nick. Because this is just like one of the nastiest things that guitarists have to do. That when I bring up things, people, what's harder, piano, guitar, whatever, what's the hardest instrument? It's like, I don't know if we can really answer that question, but one of the things we can think about is what are some of the things that are difficult on each instrument, and just like this motion and this sort of thing that we do on the guitar, like this may be kind of not the most common thing, but still possible, is like, it's just really nasty and unnatural. And then the other extreme is like this. Where I have to really be, this is where like I have to really be on the tips of my fingers, or else it just like won't work. Yeah, so it's pretty extreme, but these are the ways you can vary this exercise and what you'll end up working on by changing around you can say like the parameters of the exercise. And so just one last one, we'll go back to what we were doing before. Plant it on the third string, and we'll just finish off with the fourth finger.
Yeah, that one is hard as well.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that just because this third finger is the one that's like connected the most, it doesn't mean the other ones are easier, or that they're easy. It's certainly not, especially the fourth finger. It's not easy. It's just not easy. There's just a little less like physical restriction on the actual finger. And then eventually, we won't do this now, but like eventually the second the next page is getting to pairs of fingers, where the ones that I struggle with the most are 2 and 3. So like this. Because now you're doing that same thing, but now you gotta, yeah, pumping nylon, Nick. But now you gotta do it 2 fingers at the same time. And the same thing with these. This for me is like, especially this. I don't know what it is. I mean, I kind of know what it is now that I've like been learning more about my hand. But this isn't easy for anyone. But that's what'll end up happening on the next page. So you can just start out for now with just the single finger ones, maybe even just going between the 4th and 2nd string. Get comfortable with that with both hands, because right now there's still some, focus on the right hand, even though the exercise, focuses on the left hand. Okay, then there's the other things we've talked about. For the sake of time, we'll go on to our FF8 music. So, let me pull this up. Oh, thanks, Bo. Okay, so let's see. Let's just start out and see what you've been doing.
So there are 3 main sections. The first section I haven't done it with the metronome, confession time. But all
right, ban caffeinated polygons from chat.
But I actually got out the metronome, and then my 1-year-old took it from me. So that was that. But I can do that close-ish to tempo. The middle section I can kind of do very slowly, and the third section I've looked at a couple times, mostly just kind of reading through, so that's not like ready to go or anything. But.
Okay, so let's start with let's just start with the first part then, just see how far you can go for now.
Just one more time. This is the nerves of playing in front of people too.
That's all right. That always happens, and if anyone, I know it for sure. I know Guitar Shredder knows it, and if anyone doesn't know, that is like, that's just what happens all the time. I've been watching way too many tennis videos, but I don't. All right. One of them was recently, why do I always play worse in matches than I do when I'm practicing? So it doesn't matter what, it just doesn't matter what you're doing. That's just that tends to be how most people work. So.
That's where I have to slow down significantly.
All right. Okay, so there's a bunch of things we can already talk about, even just in this first section. And yes, Cass, this is from Final Fantasy VIII. Let me. All right, so one of the things I'm looking at here is just, so you're playing these with only the lowest note is with your thumb?
Yeah.
like either one can work. There's gonna be like slightly different sound also. I'm looking ahead just to give you an idea what I'm looking ahead to be like, well, how will this in a similar section, the next line down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of interesting for. Yeah, so you can do either with this. It might be, and whenever that happens, it's a sort of rule of thumb, no pun intended, that I've gone with is like, see if you can do both and then make the conscious decision to do one over the other for a particular reason. And it could be the actual sound of it. It could be just like it maybe feels nicer, something like that. But that's not the biggest thing here. But that is something to think about. Can you actually try that with your thumb for these bottom ones? So it's like.
So you're doing the thumb on both the bottom two strings, or?
Yeah. So on the C and the E. Well, what's written as the C and the E, but it's actually F and A.
Let's see. No, hold on. No, that's right. I just don't know that it's right because it's weird. Or different.
Yeah. And you can even go slower, especially because you're doing something different and new. So
for that one?
Here I would definitely use like P and M, especially because that note, that F sharp, is now part of the melody and it's facing. If you can see, the stem is going up. So one of these things, I guess, is sort of like a rule of thumb, but not really. Again, because we'll see in the next line, it definitely won't work. Is like in this situation with these stems going down, it's like this is the lower voice for the most part. Now we wouldn't be able to do that all with the thumb on the next thing, because I mean, like technically you probably. That'd be like it'd be a little strange to do that. But here you can definitely do that. And this is for a couple reasons too. Like already getting into it, you really want this to stick out, these melody notes. And the same thing, the things you can do to make it so that this is. Because we still want sticking out, which is already going to be a little weird, because if you notice in this arpeggio, one of the notes going down, with the stems going down, is higher than the next melody note. And so it's going to be tempting to have that sound like the melody is. But it's still actually. And those are the types of things that's going to take a bunch of control and deliberate change of how you're actually plucking the strings with your right hand to bring out, so that it's not a series of notes that are all equal. As opposed to. But that's kind of it's difficult to do, but definitely something to think about and to try, especially really slowly. But that's like getting. Yeah, sorry. Keep.
Oh, I was gonna say I've been trying to do that a little bit the last couple days in practicing, because I realized that I was just trying to play through all the notes and make my fingers able to play through all the notes, and I forgot to play musically, and that I should be bringing out the melody line.
That's okay, and you got to start there, because if you can't actually just play the notes, it's going to be difficult to play musically if you can't actually, you're not actually hitting the notes. So then let's try that. Try like very slowly and very deliberately. Yeah, that was interesting for a couple reasons actually. That was a that wasn't just it wasn't just that these notes were brought out now, even though that's what we were talking about. It was, maybe it's just because it was slower than before, but it was a lot more even, and there were actually fewer mistakes, which would maybe seem unintuitive, that trying to focus on something and focus on something else and almost focus in greater detail, you'd think maybe there'd be more mistakes. But I've noticed that, at least for myself, a lot of times that doesn't end up happening. The opposite happens, like we saw here, where like there's something deliberate. The focus on maybe just this brings with it kind of a focus on everything else, because those other things are part of it. Like, these can't be louder. You can't focus on these being louder if you don't sort of focus on the other notes being quieter, something like that. So when you're like doing everything deliberately, it seems to just make things, well, even just physically, like technically easier. And I think that's also part of the importance of trying to understand the music, trying to hear the music in your head, so that you're like actually hearing like, so that this is all clear and you're not just relying on your fingers moving without any sort of guidance from your ear, if that makes sense. Can we go from the beginning again? I actually want you to think about that, even though this wasn't the same technical issue. I want you to try to think about the melody this whole time. Because this is going to be the same way, where these notes should be like a little quieter.
And then I had to correct myself because I was going back to doing the thumb on both of the bottom two, and I want to do that right now, at least, just to...
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, whatever's comfortable for right now. All right, so that was way better. I don't know how you felt in terms of like physically or maybe in your mind how you felt with it. But it was literally just like more. Everything was steadier. There were fewer mistakes, and the differences between the notes were clearer. And that wasn't even with like repeat this section over and over again. It was mainly with like changing the way you're thinking about it and approaching it. Yeah, so that seems definitely keep working on this part with that stuff in mind. I'm curious to go on to the second section, and because we didn't even hear this part yet, and see if we can maybe even apply that stuff right now. So again, going a lot slower too if you need to, even if it's like
Yeah. That's painfully bad. Where am I?
all right. Okay. So what do you think? So I have a couple things in mind for this. How would you? I'm curious. How would you go about like improving it before I say anything, or what are some things that come to mind, if anything comes to mind about this section?
So, first of all, if my brain could not turn to mush, that would, that would be a good place to start. I had more trouble with the melody, like bringing out the melody line than I thought, because it's supposed to be like pretty simple. It's doing the same thing like over and over again for most of that section. But because of the syncopation, it was harder for me to focus on like just it being quiet and doing its thing.
Yeah, so that's the big thing I was thinking of. The idea that this is syncopated. So even slower it feels weird. And again, there's nothing that's the idea that this is syncopated shouldn't actually make it physically more difficult to do. But it kind of like screws us up mentally. Even as I was just reading through it, it was like, my brain just kind of wanted to do something different, especially when you're playing slowly, because then you're not really feeling this syncopation because it's so slow. It's like, what is he? Like, that doesn't feel syncopated. And it actually didn't even feel, it felt like wherever the melody started was actually the downbeat, but it wasn't. It's just so hard at that slower tempo to get that across.
the two quarter notes in the row, like it's still within the syncopation, but when it stops just being the offbeat, that like those two quarter notes mess me up because I would if it were just I keep playing or two eighth notes rather. If I just keep playing quarter notes, then it doesn't require any thinking for that finger, but I need to know where I am with respect to is it the two eighth notes coming up. So
yeah, and so for those who are wondering, like up to speed, that's this. Bum bum bum. That's where it's like if we can feel these rhythms even when they're slower, because there's like a couple ways to go about this, and I think they achieve different things. One is just like counting these things, and that can actually they tie together. Like if you go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and every time you do and actually like accent the saying and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and that can definitely help. Also really targeting, so like you've identified part of the thing that's tripping you up. It's like, yes, the second sorry, I read the Bomer. I don't think that's true. Okay, sorry. Really? Agree or disagree, anybody? All right. So you've identified even, so it's like the syncopation, then even within that, something even more specific is like, oh, these eighth notes and like the and of 4 going into the next measure. So one of the things you can try to do is to just focus on that and over exaggerate it. And so if it even involves taking things back a little bit and like working on it in a chunk. Let's see, what would be? Well, I actually messed that up with the bass. But do you see what I'm doing here, at least right now, starting from the and of the third beat? And maybe just doing that. Actually, maybe is it better to start on the third beat? Yeah, start on the third beat, but just don't play the bass note. And you can, if you notice, I'm like over exaggerating this in a couple different ways, but just really thinking about bum, bum, bum as you do this and as you practice this little section here. So try that.
I'm not gonna play at the same speed as you then.
Yeah. Well, I was playing even slower. Like that's so if you do this stuff, you can make this stuff. You can make the accents and stuff and the syncopation stick out. I feel like you have to really feel it though, and then make it a little more exaggerated.
And I forgot to do the double, which is the thing I was starting there for. So 3 and 4 and what am I doing with my left hand then? I know what I'm doing is
we can even just like land on the first beat of that next measure. So I'd say go even slower because especially because this is like a rhythmic thing we're thinking about. We really want to make sure it's even.
Really slow.
Yep, even slower.
But not that. Nope. Might go through the and of the first beat.
Yeah, if you so there are a couple things that probably works. Yeah, to include that. But what we can do is this is one of the things I really like about music, that it couldn't always do with some other activities I liked in life. So I may have talked about this before, but with like skateboarding, you're bound by the laws of physics, mainly gravity, and then also time. You can't slow it down, you can't pause it, you can't start in different places. There are some things you can do to like isolate sections, but you have a lot of limitations. In music, one of the things that's nice is how much you can just break this stuff down. So you can even break it down to where it's just the and of 4 and going and 1 and. Because as tempting as it is to work on larger chunks, it can often end up, if you're making mistakes in those larger chunks, it's going to end up actually being more efficient, taking less time and stuff to work on the smaller chunks, but get it right more of the time. So like getting things right more than wrong, as obvious as that sounds, but it's not always so obvious when we're actually practicing. Getting things right more often than getting them wrong is going to be like a really good guide to what you should be doing.
I know this in my head, but I was a terrible practicer when I played trumpet for like 10 years. Kind of am coming back to it, but I didn't practice much, and I was bad at it when I did, and so I would just kind of play through a thing and then play through a thing, and so I'm fighting bad habits and trying to break it down into the smaller things.
That's okay. That's totally natural. These things are all like so many of this stuff, whether it's these physical things that we have to do with our right hand, some of the main pitfalls starting off with people, whether it's like the way they grab the guitar or hold it and all this stuff, like these are like very intuitive things that we apply this to other places in life, and they make sense there, but they don't necessarily serve us the best in every situation, and this is often one of them. Because like if you want to do the most, there's two things that's probably going on. One, you probably want to do more, you want to work on more as opposed to less, because if you work on more, you get more done. Like how much work are you really doing if you just go, if we even just did that? It's like, what the heck? Like, this is a waste. But it's not actually a waste. And the second thing is oftentimes how satisfying these things are, how much gratification we get from it. And the most gratification we're going to get is from like playing an entire song. But what we don't realize is like, we're choosing between some options that we don't actually have. You're trying to choose between playing the whole song right or playing part of it right. But the option to play the whole song right isn't available right now. But we still try. It's got like, I'll just do it again, and maybe this time it'll just like work out. Like, this isn't probably not the most satisfying thing. It's certainly not as satisfying as playing the whole thing correctly. So we're like, yeah, no, I'll just try it again. I'll just try the whole thing again. It'll definitely work, and it'll be awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. Yeah. And it doesn't happen, and we get frustrated. Like, this sucks.
Even just not start with the beginning of the song, because for me, the first section, the just like nice static left hand. I'm doing all the stuff with my right hand. It's the really cool sound that everyone automatically recognizes. Like that's the most satisfying of the three parts of the piece. I'm like, no, I've got that way better than I have this second section, which I can barely play at like any speed. That's what needs work.
Another
just, like,
Yeah, another huge thing that people do. The beginning of the piece is like they got it down a whole bunch because they've repeated it a bunch. They like it the most too. That may be part of it. Like people just want to hear the beginning. Oh my god, dude, so sick. Oh my god, I love it. Like, but then if you're playing other parts, they're bored by it. This is even like I'm not even talking about playing. Like people just listening. They're like, yeah, all right. I just wanted to hear the beginning. And so those are things to be aware of. And unfortunately, just being aware of them doesn't just fix the problem. We got to actually do something about it. But it's certainly not better to not be aware of it. Then you're just going to fall into like the same patterns. So just to like wrap things up, I'd say do that and like add a beat if that's what it takes to get it right more times than you get it wrong, then do that. It can be a little tough, but it ultimately ends up actually being quite satisfying because you see yourself progress. And so a good rule of thumb that I used for like a really long time is just seeing if you can do it 5 times in a row. And like really 5 times in a row. Like being kind of strict with yourself there, because what really will happen is you can kind of get this sensation of knowing exactly what to do very clearly in your head almost all at once, although the thing is something that happens over time, but it's like your brain is almost able to like understand it all at once. And it's a little sort of maybe strange to say like that, but that's kind of what happens. And it seems like around 5 times in a row is typically brings on that sensation, I guess, if that makes sense. So you can do that like we go like, okay, great. So now it's like and do that and just like keep adding on more, working backwards like that, so you always land at the same place. You know, in this situation, in this example, landing on the and of the first beat of the second measure of the B section. And that's a good way to work on different chunks. Okay, do you have any questions about anything else before we go?
I don't think so. That was really helpful. So.
Okay, good. I'm glad. If you have any other questions in between the lessons or something, let me know. And
right.
thank you for letting us do this on stream so that other people can hopefully pick up some tips too for themselves. And yeah, I will see you later.
All right, thanks.
Yep, no problem. And welcome back, Tengi. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions? Also, Brian, what's up? Sounds like someone else I know. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that comment. More is more. How can less be more? Also, Asgard, I think you came in during that too. All right. So hopefully you guys found that interesting. And again, maybe picked up on oh, thank you. I did that on purpose just to see if you were paying attention, class. I didn't do that on purpose. What is that D drum? Hello, Adonat. That you never thought of that? Well, it's so if anyone's wondering, it's like, well, why would you do that? Something that's really nice about that, there's a couple things, but one, it gives you somewhere to aim for. So you're always, there's something complete about the things you're doing. You're moving towards something every time you do it. Outernet, thank you for the bits. What's that emote? I can't. Oh, it says here. Okay. Gives you something to aim for, so you can kind of do it like this. For you guys, it'd be like this. So like, in the most non-specific sense, you could be like the very last measure of the end of the piece, and like you work from here to there. You go like this. This is you doing bigger chunks until that chunk is like, okay, you know, this is way too much. And then you want to move over here, and now you do little chunks again, but making sure that you're overlapping. So if like this is the last two measures, you don't then want to go and practice the third to last measure, because there's actually a gap between those two measures that exists. You're gonna have to play that. You can't just neglect moving from the third to last measure to the second to last measure. So linking those things so that they always overlap to a certain degree, and you end up tying all the stuff, all the chunks together. And then boom, you know the piece, and done. And there you go. Music's easy, and but obviously it's not easy, but it may be easier or not as difficult as you may think if you're just trying to play something from the beginning to the end. And if you have another way to work on or something that works for you, then go for it. That's something that has definitely been very helpful for me. The same thing in terms of memorization. So then not even just working on it, but just like using that as a way to memorize stuff. It works the same way for the same reasons. Yeah. Do any of you have any questions about this stuff? Which is like, it doesn't even have to tie to the lesson we did, and it doesn't even have to be just for today. This is at any time in the stream. If you guys ever just like have questions about these things, and I can possibly answer them or give you some sort of guidance or point you to somewhere where the answer may lie, I would actually be more than happy to do that. Meaning I would like for that to be part of, what happens on the stream. As opposed to maybe like, it's an inconvenience, but I guess I don't mind. This chunk of my finger is if you don't have any questions, it's you don't have to try to like force one out or something, but I'm actually going to try to push this chunk of my finger just like Yeah, it really is this thing here. There is really a specific part of my finger that is like the extra sensitive part. Right when I said that I'm gonna try to push, but this is like not actually like. It really is this little thing. Go for it, BNS. Perhaps I can help. We also have Guitar Shredder in chat, who is qualified to speak on these things. Alright, still gonna grab. Alright, so we're in D right now. We'll keep it that way for now. Middle extension. No, it's the opposite. So the ring, middle, index. So thumb, ring, middle, index, thumb. And this would be just like mainly preference, but people's preferences tends to be this. Like you can just don't even worry about tremolo. Like imagine tapping your fingers on something, or literally just moving your fingers like this in an even wave-like motion, and then try to do it the other way, like this. For most people, going outward to in, that direction's for, yeah, it's for almost everyone that's more natural. Now, why that is, I actually don't know. I've tried to think about it like a little bit. I've never actually looked into it, but perhaps. Perhaps that's a better way to grab. To grab something like this, as opposed to grabbing like that, where we get it around the last thing to come in contact would be the index finger. Right, because I just did this motion again, like this, and what it felt like to me was grabbing. I don't think I've ever grabbed something like this. So if we grab and like, geez, how deep is grabbing things with our hands? Like, if we do this all the time, and now we're like, this motion is going to be the natural thing to do as opposed to this. That's, I don't know. That's just... What does that say about the people who do tremolos naturally like this? You're a terrible grabber. You grab wrong. All right. If anyone, they aren't real. There are some people that like. They just default to this. It's just what they do. Which, by the way, is a nice thing to do to practice your tremolo. Oh yeah, for sure it's gonna be, yeah, typing those letters for sure is gonna be way easier ASDF going inward with your left hand. I feel like Vol's probably like lurking or not like actually watching or listening to the stream right now, because I feel like she would have something to say about this, whether she actually knew or was just like, I wonder. Or I'll look at this. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know either, honest, but whatever. Regardless, it brought up something interesting, at least interesting to me, to think about. It feels weird. Yep. And the same thing happened, like, even. As opposed to. Oh, on my right hand, yeah. Which is kind of, that's a good thing from my perspective. Yeah, you'd have to be using your ears, I guess, here to know. Hello, Rainy. What's up? Also, Artem. A2? No, it's the second Bagatelle by William Walton. So, and then, so does fingerstyle stuff like this that isn't tremolo also take it into account? It's hard to say because I'm not sure if there are really any other situations where that change wouldn't affect the music. So this arpeggio, if we change the fingers that are doing that, then we actually get different notes, so the music's affected. The music's like necessarily affected, whereas doing repeated notes doesn't actually matter what order we do it. Like the music doesn't change. Now maybe you could say, you could go backwards like that, but change where your fingers are in the string. So that makes it, as opposed to, but now that's sort of counterintuitive in a couple different ways. Because just naturally, regardless of which direction we move our fingers or whatever, the hand is sort of more natural like this as opposed to this. Like our hand, it just kind of does this sort of. So, maybe it would come into play in terms of actually composing a piece of music and doing it really with the guitar in mind, or like composing it on the instrument or something. Where if you're gonna have something that's like not tuned to well even this is different. If we were to go, that's different than right? That's weird. The music changes. And again, we could now switch which strings the fingers are on. But outward roll. But I guess you wouldn't. The thing is, I the way I'm looking at it is like, okay, maybe it's slower, but if you want the music to be that way, you're just gonna have to do it. Like if you want to go, like, you're probably not gonna change the position of your hand just to go. Just have your hand go, if this is maybe closer to what you mean, like, to be like, I really just want my fingers to go outward to inward. So I'm going to now change the way I do this. Like that. Because what's not the most difficult or unnatural is like, if your fingers are already planted, rolling them in like that. It's kind of more of this like repeated thing. It's almost like a variation on just having all the fingers move at once. And then there's just practicing so that you can do this like the end of this Soar theme and variations. What does it actually lead up to? Well, whatever. What is this last one? The second variation. Now this whole thing, the end of this piece, this like cadenza section maybe. It's actually doing this as the pattern. The thing is, I don't know how much it would be different if you just change it to, yeah, Johan. Yeah, this is, I have a steel string guitar right here, but that I use for a different type of music, but, like, I feel like I could almost justify to myself just changing the as opposed to. It's obviously not the same, but it's like, I don't know. It's also kind of fast to be playing. Speaking of rolling, because that's me now doing it the way it's written and the more awkward way. But this, I don't know if the rest of the stuff can even catch up. I mean, nothing can. I mean, this is gonna be like the fastest I'm gonna be able to play notes on a guitar. Or doing them at the same time. But this, rolling these four fingers in like that is gonna do the most outside of strumming in some way, which is like, but. So nothing's gonna be able to keep up with that. That's one of the things that's kind of nice about. Geez, do I remember how to play this? This Giuliani etude goes. Let me actually. Maybe I can actually look at it. The right-hand pattern where it goes in that way. Here it is. Oh, it goes upward and comes back down. that's not so bad. That's not so bad either because again, you have the chance. To kind of get the fingers back down again. It's not. So you get to go. Something like that. But but we could almost go like. And now that's like cutting out two of the notes to just make it so we can do this ultra fast pattern. Hola desde España, me encanta tu forma de tocar la guitarra española. Gracias, Lana Lupo. Desafortunadamente no toco la guitarra con el estilo flamenco. Pero me encanta mucho. Also, friendship. Good night, welcome, hello, and goodbye. All right. Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Speaking of Spanish. Thanks for the clips. Ugh. My nails are way too long. But I've been... It's on purpose, but... Precioso, gracias. I feel like this... I wanted this nail to be longer so that it comes in contact with the string before the string can get to like the sensitive part of my finger. But God, it's like it's not ideal for actually playing. It's way too long. Ugh. I'm not sure what else to do, but all right, I gotta run for just a second, but I'll be back. I'm gonna play this be back soon video. Cactus, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Hello. Hopeless Martus. I guess that's Gene. Gene Bean. Welcome. Biggie Large Foo. Large Foo. Welcome, everybody. We're just you came in during a little break, but we're just doing some guitar stuff. We did a lesson on stream today and talked about some technique stuff, how to approach learning a piece of music. Lord of Chaos isn't here. Lord of Chaos isn't here, but we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this anyway. Yeah, are there any mods here? I guess not. If you don't know, Cactus is another classical guitarist who does a whole bunch of working on music, practicing and stuff on his stream. Just the slow Larkin crafting mode, gotcha. It's been super slow, you know. I haven't, I never look at the viewer count and stuff, but it's been quite slow today. You know, I see my notifications that I do see, and that typically, let's see, there's a correlation between, you know, activity in the notifications versus, you know, with general activity in the stream. So I'm a tiny bit on the slower side today, so I'm gonna do my best to just do my best. All right, we're gonna play some Andrew York pieces, our nice contemporary classical stuff. Bonsoir, Yukari. Ça va? Falcon? No, I started as Sheik, and then after a couple of years went to Falco. Cause Falco's dope. Blindfolded challenge. All right, what can we do? What can we do blindfolded? I don't feel like going for the silly, making a whole bunch of mistakes stuff. I'd like to actually play something that like sounds fun. Although, as like a sort of as a crappy secondary, the most fun secondary character that, you know, I guess technically it'd be Sheik, but like in the sense that like I've never actually like really looked into anything with this character is definitely Captain Falcon. Hey Jack, what's up? Yeah, I don't know why this is so. I don't know why this is so big. You can't even adjust it really. Slippy's great. Unfortunately, I more and more dislike the Melee community, sort of overall. Largely, I'd say the fan base, not the people at the top. I think it's incredibly, most of the people are incredibly toxic and immature. You can see that in the form of Twitch chat while tournaments are going on, and also people online. I can't stand it. The cons outweigh the pros for me personally. It's such it seems like a collection of people who more often than not have I don't know, issues, you could maybe say. I get a sense that a lot of people have a lot of issues who play that game. I know that sounds strange, but that's the feeling I get. Where man, they're like really toxic people. I think it's really unfortunate. Oh wait, I never ended up playing this piece. And I poofed. Okay, you know what? Play without us. I hate, well, I mean, maybe you've seen this game and watch, and like, it depends on how good you are. It seems to be more extreme. The things seem to flip. Like, I've talked to like top players about this, and they don't understand what people are playing. Like, I'm not that good. And it's very easy to get bullied by people. And so people are like, what are you talking about? That takes the form of just taunting incessantly without jabbing the person, just doing all sorts, not styling. There's a difference between styling and actually just essentially just like bullying the person. And that's where I get a big sense of people who, I don't know, they're just the same things you would think about any sort of other bully. These are people who are getting great joy out of making someone else feel like shit. And there are no mentally healthy people who do that. And there seems to be a wildly an unfortunate number of people who do that, where I can't go unless I'm like beating people a whole bunch. I can't go a single day and play it without encountering at least one, but usually a whole bunch of just super toxic, unnecessarily disrespectful, just like shitty people. It's like, God, you guys got a fucking problem. You guys got a problem. And I'm not sure. I think it so ridiculous. I'm saying all this with this thing on my head. Unfortunately, I think it's even sort of part of the. It's almost purposely part of the community itself a little bit, from what I've seen. Like, their troll. Oh god, some of the names are just automatically super degen, and you know it's just like, oh god, dude, like, do something with your, like, geez, change your life. So like the idea of no Johns is like, okay, there's some merit to it, but like those types of things and the idea of just like, there is some idea of overall, even from top players, just like, just really like, sort of disrespectfully, just like, like destroying the person in front of you, that I do not believe, I just don't accept needs to be a part of competition. That like if you didn't have it, because that's typically sort of like the response I feel like, it's just competition, man. It's like, I don't think that's how competition has to work, where there actually has to be animosity between you and the person you're competing against, where you actually have to bring it to the point of like things that start to get outside of the game itself. And that if you don't enjoy making someone feel like shit, then you're just not competitive or something. I just fundamentally don't agree with that approach to things. And it's really, I just don't like seeing it when top players do it to each other. I just don't like it. I don't like any part of it. Look glorious with the mask. Thanks. It's really unfortunate. Sometimes I just hide the Twitch chat. That isn't even bad. I'm just like, oh my god, everything's trash. Every character sucks. Every character's cheap and broken. Everyone who plays every character sucks. Every stage is lame. Every matchup is Resident Sleeper. Everything just sucks to them. Everybody's just dumb. Everyone sucks. Everything sucks. It's like, you guys are terrible. Like, you guys are a cesspool of just like negativity and just shittiness and bad attitudes and immature behavior and just like, you guys stink. You guys you stink. And literally stink. There was a GDQ where people, we like, by the end of the week, the Smash, because there was a Smash room, you could smell it in the room. By the end of the week, you could smell it like a couple from the hallway, like a couple rooms down in this open lobby area. It's like, so like, Jesus Christ. Look at like, god damn it. I sound like the wife. No, see, I definitely sound like an old person, but I feel like I'm like, this happens just a lot on Twitch. Okay, so the Game & Watch, exactly. It just kind of happens. It's Twitch chat culture. I see it. Okay, it's time out. Time out. Yeah, I'll keep it there. One second. Rant. Time out. Video game college? People, from what, I've never played League, but from the way people talk about it, I get the exact same impression from that. Where people are obsessed with it and they love it, but then they're like, don't touch the game. Stay far away from it. Stay very far away. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Don't play the game. But there's so much of this I don't know what the inside, culture is like of professional sports, but it seems like esports are terribly toxic overall, from what I hear. It's just really, it kind of creeps me out. It kind of creeps me out a little bit, if I'm totally honest. Oh, Jack, I deleted a quote recently, so it might have screwed some stuff up. So try 1340. What I mean by like it creeps me out is I get this. There's like, this happens in Twitch chat too. If you has anyone here ever watched unban requests on streams? A big stream? When you isolate Small Toast, exactly. That's what happens with Melee. I'm like, oh god, the game is amazing. It's like the best game ever, but I don't know if I like feel good about being like, yeah, you should all just join the community. Yeah, it's a great community or something like that. It's not. I don't think it is. I don't think it's a good community. Like, there are people, obviously it's not the whole thing, but there's just so much of it that it ends up poisoning the entire thing. And you have to take a decent amount of effort to have that not happen. To block out the toxic aspects of it. Game & Watch is doing mature things like disabling chat or muting people and stuff like that. The only times I've really muted people who chat are in Melee streams. Especially if you ever watch reruns and stuff. Dude, it's so bad. I can't stand it. And it's so sad because it has nothing to do with the game itself. It's not inherent to it's not an intrinsic part of the game. But I get this sense of like this like darkness around it, and this vibe of like this posture. Not that people play with this posture, but it's like you can be grabbed, you can be sucked in, you can be tainted in some way. It's like there's not actually physical, but just like there's some sort of danger lurking. It's a thing to stay away from. That's your posture when eating? It's and so I get that sense a lot of the time when you see isolated parts of a big chat. So let's see if we can do this for a second. So XQC is not streaming. That would have been a good example. When you warn random people on the street about the apocalypse, well, it sort of kind of feels like that sometimes, where it's just like a bunch of zombies or monsters or almost mindless who react to things, where all you have to do is say an emote. I mean, the idea of farming emotes is a thing because of the way people respond to stuff. Like, I want like, so we'll bring up Mizkif.
I didn't know. Please
So
fix my hair.
sort of, I know you are, Narvin. That's how I was able to tell. Like, I could tell.
Yeah,
And
I
if you
follow.
notice, and I'm gonna make a serious point here, but don't, like, I guess try not to take offense by it. But perhaps it may be interesting. It may be interesting or worth considering or doing. Try to observe how much of your interaction, at least on Twitch, is negative versus not negative. How much of your interaction with the stream is the way you interact with the person? You're joking, but I feel like Narvin, you at least know what this stuff is because I've seen you say things. Which the only reason I know is because, again, as I've said before, I frequent the slums of Twitch. I know the link. I know, like, I know how it goes. I know what's up. I know what's up. I can decide. I can look at this and understand. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like being, it's like the Matrix. Where if you're new or something, this just looks like the, it just looks like the like Matrix code stuff, the green stuff trickling down. But, because you can't read individual words, and these are, no one says any more than like 4 different words in any particular message. But like, you know, I don't have to hear what they're saying. I can almost hear what they're saying and what they're talking about based on just this seemingly like mess of what's going on here. It's just a mess. I don't even see that go anywhere. See blonde, redhead, exactly. And so like in a certain sense, it's just like, okay, at first glance, it's just like sort of chaotic. Let's bring this up. It's just chaotic.
Did you try to go in my pool today?
Oh yeah.
Chubby, I will teach you how to swim. Okay? Let me teach you.
When you start, like, you can start to understand what's actually happening and it starts to make sense.
Right.
But what the creepy part is, and it's like it can be funny and stuff, but what's creepy is sometimes when you see people's isolated messages, because right now you can't follow who's saying what. But when someone does a ban request, getting back to what I was saying about ban requests, all of a sudden you see the person's messages back to back to back to back to back out of the context of what's happening on the stream. And sometimes for some people, it's just like insane numbers of just everything they're saying is just like super nasty and creepy and weird. And the kind of, you know what the feeling is that I get from it? I get the same vibe is when you see someone who's maybe homeless or something, walking out, like maybe you're in like a bigger city and you see someone who's just like, they just have this vibe where they're just like, fuck it, you can't, yeah, I can't, yeah, like, and you're just like, holy shit, like, oh my god, you can't, fuck it. And it's like, what the fuck, like, and you just don't feel comfortable. Like there's just like some sort of like very deep like sort of sensors being set off. And it's that sort of like, huh. It starts to become really, it makes me feel uneasy when I actually start to think about it. Or I don't know how much any of you are like interested in certain, I don't know, aspects of psychology, but if you can see some footage of patients and stuff who can do some things that are very, very creepy to see a human behaving in a certain way. It's like it seems impossible. It seems impossible that people would act the way that some people do, and it's just like, huh. I think it's fascinating, but it's also very bizarre. It's very bizarre to see. And so I get that sense, not that I think the people who are doing this are, have a mental health issue, although maybe they do. But there's something that feels off in that same way.
Break the high jump world record.
Wow!
So one thing you can see here is, so there's a black person on the screen, so you know you're gonna get a bunch of like emotes, like right, you're gonna get like try hard. Although does he have try hard enabled? It looks like there's only this one.
Everyone
the
else even
land
paying
of the
It's
attention.
stuff like that where it's
and
like the people
wherever
don't
she
even
makes her
seem
way,
real
is the goat of
sometimes.
high
They're
jump.
almost like they almost function as
I
bots.
hate the word goat. Unless it's in basketball, I don't know what it is. I hate it. And stop spamming W's in my chat.
At the 1989 World Championships in Budapest,
So he just said the
he
word
entered this
goat,
competition with
and
very
and so people put goats, and he said don't put W, so
First
people just put W. So it's that type of. Do you see what I mean? Eclipsed, what's up? We're just analyzing humans on Twitch. You see what I mean? So the person's just like, oh, he doesn't want me to do this. I'm gonna do this. Like obviously that in and of itself isn't a terrible thing. Oh my God, everyone who puts a W is a terrible human or something. It's not that, but it's just like the number of people are just like, he doesn't want me to do that, like press W. Now at the same time, he probably wants them to actually do that, because that's what like a lot of this stuff can be about. And if you're purposefully farming emotes or farming anything like that, and so like it becomes part of the accepted, not just accepted culture, but like expected culture.
To run
Also,
the show
do you
if I
like the
have to
fact
in
that
chat.
you're
Like,
watching
she
me
is-
watch
last
Mizkif
night-
watch S-Fan? I wonder if there's anybody
She's telling
watching me
Dave- She's like, Dave.
watching me.
She's like,
No one's
"Hey,
watching
like
me
an
right now.
hour when she's
Like on their
Dave."
stream.
She's like, oh, you should move in with S-Fan, and I'll move in with Mizkif. No, bitch. You don't run my house. Stop
Oh
telling
my
me
God,
to
dude,
go.
what is
Shut the fuck
happening?
up.
No,
I already
bitch,
said
shut the
this
fuck up.
story.
Okay,
Fuck,
so
I thought it
D
was my
colon's like, so
Damn it.
D colon, which is the
I
go-to
have no content.
person says something mean or sorry,
How the fuck did she just get there so fast?
and he said something negative towards someone. He said something negative towards a girl, so you get Trainwreck's face, because that's how that works.
That's from a movie. That's not really Tifu's
Yeah,
brother.
this is deputy. It was from my old
It
private server guild.
fucking is. This is actually Tifu's brother. This dude looks like from movies.
So you have to, Tanya, what you have to enjoy, you have to.
Wow.
People are going to be
Looks like a
different.
thumb.
I think for one, you have to enjoy teasing someone.
Yeah,
like
that's already not
you
funny,
have
man.
to
I'm not
enjoy
watching it.
being part of teasing him or whoever the streamer is. Like that, you have to get enjoyment out of that. And we could almost like perhaps get into why
You guys
that
like
is.
Smite?
Because after dinner,
I wonder if a bunch of people are gonna say
ban you
no.
for, like, 45 hours.
Yeah, it's not all right. It's not clear one way or the
I
other.
think any streamer has content nowadays. All right, chat. We got content. We're gonna watch Total Drama Island, the complete show, all 9 hours today. Is that okay with you guys?
Yo, we're coming at you live from Camp Wawanakwa.
Why is this on YouTube? Wait, hold up.
I think there's a lot of focus put on also trying to be funny and being part of that, which again I understand. I try to do because it's like content pog, like there's a lot of sarcasm, there's a lot of teasing, sarcasm, stuff like that. Okay, now we're watching Mizkif watch a
for
song.
JCS.
Oh no, this
And
is
I
a clip.
confirmed that the JCS channel is their original channel. It's
Is it me or do I look fucking cracked right now? Why do I feel so big with this hair? All right, chat. If I ever get another haircut,
Any
again-
gasms? All right, yeah. So look at all the guys. Okay, so he's okay. So this is what I mean by like you can't help like. It's just a particular way of interacting with like a particular type. Like how many of you would type in a stream, "fuck off"? And you just get to,
that would be good.
no one really needs to
change your
You
face?
also
I
don't
can
need to
try.
take
I mean,
account, like you don't need to be held
Why not,
accountable
man?
for your actions because no one's gonna
Fuck it.
really specifically see what you do unless
What
you're
about
posting a
incels?
huge thing, and then you may just get
I'm gonna watch incels.
auto-modded, have your message deleted.
If you could summarize
Something
your
like this, but
opinion
this is
towards
huge.
women.
Like what I think of them?
Yes.
I do think they are very important. But
Important.
Incel.
You can't even. Well, that's the thing. You're not supposed to read it.
Some topics
That's
are
something I
hard to
realized.
approach.
I think my first encounter with that was like chats for the old GDQ chats, because there would be like 100 to 200,000 people, and it wasn't sub-only mode. It made this look like a joke. It would go so fast, and so in order to communicate, you had to just, well, you had to take that in consideration. You almost had to speak and get your message across. You had to be actually kind of quite creative with how you were going to communicate whatever it was that you were going to communicate.
Incel, and I'm here to answer people's questions about the topic.
No way, it's a girl. Oh god, there's girls.
I can start. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
What is?
So you.
All right, good night, Kazi.
Chat, are you actual incels? I feel like you're not actually an incel. You probably just hate your life.
Yes.
Yes.
Why would you ever sign up to do
The
this?
smiley.
I suppose I would want to give more of a positive light on this community. Which
Do you
is a
think
very
chat
negative
cares?
light applied.
I don't think.
And do you
I don't think so.
Why is that?
I I don't know how much goes into.
But you acknowledge that a good handful of.
They like to type. Yeah, I don't think so
Not a good
much
handful, I was
consciously
just
goes into. Hey, is someone seeing this
What?
thing I
You
do?
said shut the fuck up.
Versus it's more of, it seems to be more of just a way to
And you getting into this kind of
has, like, his
interact and just feel like you're part of what's going on.
Hate women.
No.
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 Do you have a female role model in your life?
A female role model.
Yeah, like a mom or an aunt or a friend.
I mean, I love my mom.
But
I wouldn't necessarily consider her a role model, but I do love her quite a bit.
If a woman
Quite a
was
bit.
elected as president of the United States,
not into-
how would you react?
I don't know. It probably would depend on the.
It's so we could kind of like look at the words themselves, like look at like the idea of interacting. It's certainly not. There's certainly not a conversation going on an individual level, but there actually is. So that's when the term chat starts to be used. So if,
by certain systems
he gets it. He gets it.
and other oppressive
that's
communities.
when you start to get to the level of like, what are you seeing? What is the streamer just seeing there? You go chat, chat. They become one general thing, and because the behavior tends to follow these patterns, almost like a flock of birds flying. That's right. Twitch chat is a flock of birds flying in synchronized patterns. You can then look at this larger thing and you can react to the pattern that you're seeing. So like chat is essentially spamming question marks. Like, yes, there are some other things here, but right at the moment, chat is typically is basically,
I would assume that based
which
on
means that
data.
they think that he's essentially saying nothing. He's talking and saying words, but he's not making any sense.
r/Wall Street
I
Bets.
couldn't reference it offhand, but I believe there was a study that I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Okay. What do you think
They
it is
got
about
Reddit.
liberal areas that create behavior in women that you think is a problem?
Promiscuity leads to increased standards in more primitive aspects such as looks, and that typically makes it harder for some people to find a relationship, including sometimes good-looking people. There's guys who are much better looking than I am who are having a really hard time finding someone in a place like LA or in London or in Auckland, New Zealand, but they probably would have.
Why did he
perfectly
specify
fine time finding
Auckland,
a
New
woman
Zealand?
somewhere
Something
else.
must have happened
So
there.
you think that promiscuity is the problem, and if people were more monogamous and more
Yeah, like Hassan, man. I mean, like he's been with like 400
This is a joke.
women. and he
Now are you
still
talking about the
hasn't
actual
found
video?
one.
I don't believe
Like,
this
I
is a
actually feel really
joke.
bad.
Have you seen this like serious thing? I'm a something. Ask me anything.
Withholding, that would sort of fix society.
Yeah, I suppose people are more traditionalist.
There have been a few mass shootings in the past where these shooters actually stated that they were incels or were radicalized by online
This is real.
incels.
I'm going to be honest. This whole way of doing all of this, now I'm not even talking about Twitch anymore. This whole thing is just, this is garbage. This is not, this is stupid.
I do think
This
that
is
the reason why they committed
stupid.
those actions was probably because
This is so
out
stupid.
of desperation or out of, you know, mental problems that probably could have been.
These people's questions don't matter, and this person's answers don't matter. Who are these people? I don't care. What is this? This is trash. This is such nothing. This is such nothingness. There's nothing to be taken from this besides this is what like one person thinks. This is really kind of bad because what you assume now, what you sort of are naturally going to take from this is how, you know, in this situation, it's I'm an incel, ask me anything, but they have a bunch of things like, this is how these people think. And it's like, this is how this guy thinks. And there's obviously going to be some patterns, but like, I don't think this is a very good thing to do, aside from getting views on YouTube.
He doesn't want
like
that.
one pivotal moment, but it sounds like.
But, yeah. Here's another thing. I'm gonna, you know, this is what Miskiff's doing. Miskiff has, but here's the thing.
I think everybody at some level.
Miskiff has 23,431 subs right now. And has a level 3 hype train going, so what message does that send? If there's a message to be sent, what message does that send to him as the streamer? What does that send to Twitch? What message does that send to the platform? Like the people who work at Twitch? What does that send? What message does it send to other streamers? What does it send? I mean, it was a rhetorical question, but I assume that, you know, that it would say that this is the type of, it's like, this is what you should want to do. This is something you should strive for, and that this is what's valued. Like, for one, it is literally valued. Like, monetarily, it is valued. It literally, like, just in subs alone, for what's happening here. I mean, you know, not specifically this moment we looked at, but a collection of different things. You can even do the conservative estimate, 23,000. Well, just 23,000 times 2.5. That's going to be, and there's even more subs. I'm rounding off. I'm taking off 433 subs, and that's assuming that he gets half of it, and every single one is a tier 1 sub. So now with that other stuff, at least 70 grand a month is in subs is what it's worth. It wasn't even, so I think that's what, you know, that's You're so old. I mean, that's why I was. It's important to where someone said I don't understand. Someone just basically said like, I don't understand people, something like that, something along right. What you have to accept and start with is that something's happening here. There's something that's drawing people to this. Right, so it can be easy, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but this is at least the way I try to approach these things when I don't understand it. But what I see, again, I see objectively that there is value for a whole bunch of people here. And so what you can't deny that part, so you have to go, if you care to, know what's going on, you have to go, geez, well, what is happening here? There's clearly value. There's something to understand. So what is it? I think part of it is that people get to feel like they're part of this big thing. I think a lot of times the people in the chat feel like this person is their friend. I think it's a huge part of streaming. Whether it's their friend or their girlfriend, I would have to say statistically, it's going to be more likely that it's girlfriend versus boyfriend. There's probably some it may be cathartic in some way to take part in this. I hesitate to call it bullying, but that sort of thing. Like, I'm sure a lot of these people feel better by just talking trash about both the streamer and the people who are brought up on the stream. Like, that incel and that thing, the number of people like, this guy's an idiot, but they won't say this guy's an idiot, just they'll do it in emote form, like laugh at what they say. That sort of thing probably makes them feel good about themselves. Then there's, I'd imagine, the drama draws people to the stream. A lot of the big streamers, they all interconnect and not all of them, but they can connect in different ways, whether they're actually friends or there's some stuff going on between them, and that can be part of it, which is why LSF is so big. So live stream fails and that Reddit, and why there's so many just nasty people, and these are people who just love the chaos and love the drama, and they just get off on having things be bad for other people. And so that would make me think that things are not going well for almost all of them who are part of that. Does that make, like, right? Like, spending so much time just like engaging in, again, kind of weird behavior. Not weird in the sense that you can't understand it, but weird just like in terms of like, again, makes me feel sort of uncomfortable when I actually think about the person behind the screen saying and doing these things. Farnia, dude, what's up? Thank you for the 17-month resub. Yeah, that skin crawl, just like bad vibe. That's probably coming up for multiple reasons. So but it's wildly lucrative, as you can tell. All right. And that was my my little overview of larger parts of Twitch and partly toxicity in gaming and streaming. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. we done this blindfolded? You know, it doesn't make me feel the best either. Again, in terms of those messages and stuff, if you wonder sometimes why I, you know, sometimes feel the way I do about certain things or think the way I do, or at least that the things I think can sometimes be so strong. It's like, it's difficult for me, you know, if we think about like, you know, this exact instant or something, it's like, okay, so I see what we just saw in something and see all this, so many of the, so much of it is like objectively good. Or at least lines up with things that I desire, you know. And to see the person take these actions and receive those things and then look at my actions and not get that, it's difficult to not fill in that last piece of the 4-piece puzzle. And you know, you're like So that was the Balletto in C sharp minor by Manuel Ponce. Thanks for the claps. Yeah, so, you know, all that stuff being said before too. See, this is tough. This is tough. So here's what I mean. So I'm looking at the stream right now. I'm looking at the chat. In order to find, let me just double check. Okay, in order to find someone who's chatting right now who's not subbed, I have to go back up to KO time, so like chaos and time, and their first time, it was their first time chatting, and they said perfect analogy to Canada. And then I have to go up even farther, back up to Game & Watch. So what does that mean, if anything? So it's maybe, what does it mean? Isn't the what's happening? What's happening? Because how do I, from my point of view, how do I look at what I see and ask for support? No, don't tell me the viewer count. Wow, this doesn't make sense for two reasons. One, this does nothing. But two, okay. Don't you mean checkmate atheists? Checkmate atheists. So what that seems to mean to me, I mean, like taking, going ahead like a few steps, is I think we need more people watching the stream. Because at least from the people, so there's significantly fewer, you know, if we compare to the extreme, what we were just looking at in terms of Miskiff's stream. Well, actually, let's look for a second. Yeah, seizure warning. Seizure warning. Let's look at the ratio. One of the ways you can look at this is the ratio of people who are chatting who are subscribed versus not. And so we can look at this, and clearly there are way more people who are chatting in this stream who aren't subscribed than there are in this stream. Yeah, there are way more non-subs. Not again, I have to, because I have to show. It's part where I gotta show, we gotta look and do a visual. It's better than me just saying it. Being able to see how the difference in that that ratio of subs to non-subs. So I may be wrong. I don't think I am. But what that means to me, or what I get from that, is I need to have hold on a second, he's watching himself? Okay. New Twitch meta, react to your own stream. Like you never watch. I mean, I guess that's true, Cass. Find a way to bring in more non-sub. Well, that, but it's like, yes, that, but almost more generally is like, we need more people to see and watch the stream. And I think that was, if that's the theory, it was almost essentially sort of confirmed in a certain way when there were those two streams where we were on the front page. If we just look at sub count and like other things, like that more than doubled since then. It also more than doubled just the number of people who had ever seen the stream. And that was from 2 streams. Yeah, so Asgard, so then you can think about, you know, like, what are some of the things that stop it? How do you actually put that into practice? What do you actually do with that information? It's hard to find people to watch the stream. It's hard to get people onto Twitch who aren't already on it. Then the type of people who get onto it typically, in terms of like the demographics and what they're interested in, tend to not align. So it's like, and then even if it does, it's difficult to then be seen. So there's like levels of, there's rows of barriers in the way. So the next thing you go is like, okay, well, reaching out in other places. Reaching out in other places is what needs to take place to get them to bypass those barriers, because those barriers exist. One of the barriers is still in place, but a couple of the barriers are only in place if someone is going to find you through Twitch. What is it about a chat community that keeps it popping? If I maybe you can clarify a little bit, but what I think you mean is like, why do people like mostly the MDMA? I think, okay, well, also fun, hello. I see the Kit Boga emotes. The way I interpreted it, well, see, that's okay. So the way I interpreted it, what Big Chewy asked was, why do people like when a stream is active in terms of the chat? That was the way I saw it. Right? Because obviously the other one is, yeah, the higher the numbers are, the more active the chat is typically, but not, it's not always like perfectly correlated. So one of them is just like numbers in that sense. If we look at it in the other sense, the one I was thinking is that people like the energy overall on Twitch. They like interacting with each other and with the streamer and being a part of, even if they're not interacting, this was one of the things, this is why I thought it was important to address this. Because you're at, like, you know, you look at this stream, again, Vol, avert your eyes. This is important. You look at this and you go, why the hell would why would you do this? Why would you say anything? Why would you say anything? Like, why would I do that? I just typed hi, it was gone in a second. No one saw that. No one saw that. So why would you do that? But clearly there's a reason to do it, because you can't deny what you're seeing here. You can't chalk it up to just all these people are just dumb or something like that. I foresee some jokes, whether they pop up in chat or not, are popping up into some people's heads. I already know. All right. I see it coming already. I see it coming. Let's be serious. I see what's happening. Okay, so again, you know what I mean. All right, so you have to go like, oh, well, there's a pretty good chance, I would say, that the people who are a part of this, who are sending messages, are doing it to be part of this thing, and they feel like they're part of something bigger because, well, in a certain sense, they are. Are they not? Like, if you're watching some sporting event, doesn't matter what it is, bots send messages. No, not these are definitely people. These are definitely people. If you're in a stadium of 40,000 people, are you not part of the cheering if something happens and you scream and you're part of it? See, I knew it. God damn it. I knew it. Hey, Cal. Yeah, maybe people use macros. I mean, you can also just so you know what emote exudes darkness, that dark creepiness? Forsen E is the scariest emote on Twitch. Nothing it's like a badge of like that person is like up to no good. Forsen E is terrifying, but only if you know like what surrounds it. So Forsen's he's a German streamer. He's like really big hold on, it's this. Now it's not really what is this image, if you can't tell, because I mean I know what he looks like, but this image is, you know, manipulated in some ways. But it's seeing it so many times after, you know, I've been on Twitch for over 5.5 years now, and seeing how this stuff works, and I just know, oh man, you see that Forsen E, and it's like, oh, this person is, steer clear of this person. It's sort of similar to when you see the one of Moon's emotes, but I feel like they're I don't know, not quite as scary. They just seem to like spam and stuff. What was I gonna say? Oh, so yeah, okay, so these people are part of something bigger. Because if every single one of those people, yes, if one person just didn't type their message, it wouldn't be noticeable. But if everyone followed that rule, the chat would be dead. So what they're doing is significant. Or it's almost like the set of procedures, the protocol, the programming that's being followed is significant, even if that one individual message from that one individual person in that one moment isn't. And so they are part of, like, something is happening here. There's something to be said. There's something that cannot be chalked up to these are just a bunch of crazy people. All right. So now back to the music. I mean, I'm actually probably gonna head out. I'll play the ending song, but it's gonna end up being 4 hours now. I still need to. I still want to exercise today. Guys, I'm so sick of being skinny fat. Which reminds me, Cass, I need to get some advice. Dude, I'm so I'm so unhealthy. Fortunately, my eating isn't an issue. I'm just so unhealthy. I lift? No, but I should. What I've been doing, I've only missed one day. I've been doing 30 minutes of biking. Yo, Pone, thank you for the 15-month resub. 15 months in a row. Do it, Pone. It's tough. I've been essentially I used to be in like really good shape. It may not seem like it, but when you skate for like sometimes 8 hours a day or more every day for like a long time, I wasn't jacked, but I had like really good cardio and was just like pretty good shape. But that was when I was younger, and then I stopped. And then the obsession became something that involved no elevation of heart rate. And, you know, you do that for a long time and you end up skinny fat. You bought Heelys? Wait, like the shoes that have wheels on the bottom? Or is Heely something else? Skinny fat? Press one if you're skinny fat. You know, not that there's anything wrong. Like, you can do it. Like, I don't think I'm so, what kind of skating did I do? Like, skateboarding. I would like to do this for myself. I'd certainly like to look better for others. But I'm so tired of being tired, for one. I'm tired of being out of shape, and I'm tired of I'm tired of looking like a schlub. I don't like it. I'm deciding I don't like it. Don't be like, no, you're fine the way you are. Like, I get it, but no, like, I don't want to be this way. I don't want to be this way. Just like when I say, it's the same thing I say when it comes to like playing a piece of music a particular way. They're my standards and I'm not meeting them. I don't like it. Whether it's a piece of music, whether it's, you know, how I am in terms of like exercising or in success with streaming or something like that. I'm not meeting my standards. I don't like it. Comparing myself to myself, or whatever, I don't like it. Also, what happens when this? What about this? Look at the change. This chat is manic. For those of you who don't know, Maya, who's another big streamer, his girlfriend like takes care of it. She's like a huge like animal person.
Just a little more, my child.
Oh my god. we have to get, you know, I've been just like ripping on, yeah, I just randomly picked Mizkif because I thought it'd be a good example, but he plays a pretty good idiot. He is great at the role he's playing for here. He's a very good idiot. And that's all, like, he's just, that is his thing. Like I act like an idiot quite a bit, but like, imagine there was I didn't do any music, anything else, and it was just like every moment of every stream, I was just idiot. Like, that's Miz. He's just an idiot all the time.
Oh.
Like, you can.
Come on, buddy.
So, has Maya been here? I feel like maybe it must have been a really long time ago. Unless you're thinking of Cutie Cinderella? Before she created the sanctuary, jeez. So, so to what Canada said. So Canada said, let chat hold you responsible. Tell us your goals. It can be difficult to be honest. We've talked about this before. Oftentimes when I essentially say my goals, it gets met with people actually, whether they know it or not, invalidating the goals. And we've talked about this before. Someone says, I want to be this way, and they essentially are like, no, you're fine. Like, your goals aren't, like, you're fine. Like, you don't need that. It's fine. It's like, I want to, it's like, I'm out of shape. No, you're fine. You look great. You shouldn't have to worry. It's like, no, I'm telling you, I don't want to be this way. I'm telling you, I don't want to be this way. You don't need to, the instinct to, validate the person's existence as they are at the moment it's strong, that urge, that instinct. You don't need to do that. So it's like, I'm telling you, I try to do this. That's actually, as kind of silly as that is, I mean, that's a good way to put it. Like, don't you want me to, like, you want me to just be happy with, like, the way I am? Like, in a certain sense, yes. You don't want to be like, I'm a bad person. I'm just a piece of garbage or something. But it doesn't have to be one extreme or the other. You can be like, okay, I'm not a piece of garbage for being this way, but I still want to be different. I still want to get better and improve. I'm not totally fine this way. What kind of thing? Why would I be? Yep, 33. I'm just like, I'm it. I'm just like the best. I don't need to improve my life anymore. It's like, what? Like, what the hell? What's wrong with you? Now you got a problem. Ino, hello. Tenis, hola. Also, well, Cass, Narvin is like, that's the thing. You have to, like, Narvin's, I almost don't take anything Narvin says seriously, which shouldn't be an insult. I think they totally understand. I'm filtering Narvin's messages through the major, like, through the large chat, big stream. Well, I'm like using that as a filter. Grabito, hola. So it's like, if this were to be, like a therapy session or something like that, it'd be like, okay, try to make the changes and look for the changes you can make and look for how you want to be different without placing judgment on it. So that's the difference. And I think sometimes people struggle to see someone as wanting to make a change, and they struggle to see that without the judgment attached to it. Oh, this person wants to change. They must therefore, the person's, I'm sure, not consciously thinking this, but this person wants to change. They must therefore be negatively judging how they are right now, when that doesn't need to be the case. In fact, that can't just always be the case. Oh, hey, I feel like doing something new. Anytime someone wants to do something new, make any change, you can't just assume they feel bad that they're not doing it. So I can even tell you I can tell you some of these things. Like for myself, I want to get in shape. For myself, I want to improve at the guitar and just music in general. For myself, I want to grow the stream. Not because I'm not as big as Miskiff and I'm going to be, therefore I'm a bad human and I'm worthless until I have 23,501 subs. There's so many subs. Despite that, that's so many. That's not okay. You know what? That's so crazy. Okay, focus. Into what shape? I need to go from a liquid. Forget about shape. We're gonna talk about states of matter. I need to go from liquid to solid phase. So, thank you, Tennies. I'm too close to a liquid for. I'm like just barely holding on here. That's what I said the other day. I pass off as a solid thing because that's just because of surface tension. It makes it. There's the illusion. There's something solid at the core. But it's just all liquid around it. So we gotta go from a liquid to a solid. What Pokemon type would I be? Psychic, maybe? I don't know. Alakazam was always my favorite Pokemon. I also really like Gengar. Those are two. All right. So those are like kind of three things that I can focus on. But I need to say and I can sort of give reasons, both objective reasons for why this is the case, and also just I think these goals can still exist without needing to justify them. Like I can be like, I want to be in shape because I just feel like being in shape. But then there's also well, I have a major chronic health issue and it's not helping that I'm not exercising. Right, so those are two different things. Then there's the aesthetic aspect of it. Again, the stream thing, it's like you could just say, I think it'd be fine if me or anyone else just be like, I want to just be the best stream. I want to be as successful as I can be. You set your own sort of standards for what that is. But then if we want to add something else to it, it's like, well, I can't support myself. It's like, you want a just straight up justification? Well, boom, there you go. So, and then in terms of guitar and just music, I just want to be a better musician because it brings me joy to improve at this thing and to become more capable of playing more music and understanding more things. So there we go. Those are the what and why in terms of goals. Some goals. Honesty is what is missing. Of honest friends that don't just support you but are honest and realistic with you. I think sometimes that can be also welcome, Scott. Fortunately, I do have people. Those are the people who I accept sort of like criticism from, and they're the ones who I directly go for and ask for feedback. But they're also the most understanding ones, and they're also the ones who know me the best. So, but again, it can get confusing on stream. You know, if someone, especially if someone hasn't been around for a while and they hear, maybe they just hear one part of what I just said now, and all of a sudden they think they understand the situation or want to like help in some way, and they just start saying stuff, but they don't know what they're talking about, not because they're dumb or something, but just because they literally don't know what they're talking about, because they don't know me and I'm what they're talking about. How would they know me? They've never met me. So why would you know what the heck? Like, why would you know my situation if you don't know me? But people seem to, there seems to be a default where it's like, well, they know their situation. They see something that seems to register as being close to their situation and the other person. So then they just apply their things onto the other person. What you got to do is this thing. It's like, is that what I have to do, or is that what you have to do? Are you sure that's not what you have to do right now? Is that my problem, or is that actually your problem? Oh, I'm really fatigued. Yeah, no, you probably, you got low iron in your blood. It's like, no. Am I anemic or are you anemic? Like, I think, are you sure it's not just you that you're talking about right now? Yeah, there's that part of it too, Tiny, when it comes to the health stuff. But just everything. It's like, here's what you got to do. It's like, I think that's what you got to do. Why can't it be? Was that supposed to be why can't it be our problem? Does tend to project. I mean, yeah, because that's like, there's a reason that's like, you don't need to, everyone's at least vaguely familiar with the idea of projection, even if they don't fully understand it, right? Like, everyone knows. If someone, does anybody here not know what we mean when we say, like, is anybody 100% unfamiliar with the idea of like projecting? Now, perhaps there's like a language issue, like language issue that makes it, but you miss. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, hey, King Guitar Boy, hello. So, all right. I should play the ending song. So Count, I was thinking about that, but that's, you can't always apply that. That is something I've noticed that seems to be the I don't know if there's a technical term for it. Blackbird. I'm not going to. I don't know if there's a technical term for this, but there's a trap that armchair psychiatrists get into where you could without, if you're just throwing around diagnoses and, terms and stuff, you could take anything anyone ever says and does and just slap some, like, label onto it. You can get over philosophical with certain things. To the point where you're not really saying anything that's true. Yeah, that stuff is, like, not appropriate and not good. If, like, without knowing the person, you start to try to psychoanalyze them, but you don't actually know them. Like, I could do it to myself, because I actually thought what you said. I could also go, oh, well, Schnapp, that's you being over philosophical about this, and you actually don't know what you're talking about. It's like, you can dismiss anything anyone ever says and does with fake psychiatry. Any problem someone has, like any issue with someone, maybe someone has some issue with something, the person's actually being terrible to them. Maybe they're like an abusive relationship. You'd be like, well, you're just projecting this stuff. You're actually the one who acts like that. It's like, you can't just do that. You can't. Some problems people have are real problems. People say things that are true, that aren't just psychological tricks. And it's easy to, for some people, to get stuck turning everything someone says into trying to frame it as some psychological trick taking place. You could actually just slap something wrong onto a person. And if they just don't agree, you can instantly just go, well, you're just in denial. That's just you being in denial. Like, you can just say, like, you can say that. And you can, like, infinitely feel justified doing that. Exactly. Yeah, that's, yeah. Not only am I paranoid, I'm in denial because I'm not accepting these diagnoses from these people. That's just you denying these problems you have. Exactly. That's, yeah. That stuff happens way too much. I say, it's just like, shut up. Shut up, person. Shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about on multiple levels. And if you're correct, it's only by coincidence. There's that sort of thing too, where it's just like putting the blame on the other person when, hey, maybe it is their fault or something, but maybe it's not. But the person you can't know until you really like get all the information about a person. Damn it, what was the other one that was connected to it? Shit, I just got distracted. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. If you do that, if you think that any diagnoses or something, it doesn't have to be actually but if you throw out anything as the problem and someone says no, that's not the problem, and you don't allow that to actually be the case, then you're probably not going to find out the real problem. Not everything has to be the problem. All right, I gotta head out. All this kind of being said, speaking of, well, if you'd like to help support the stream or support the stream further, this is what I meant. This was what kind of initially started this, is like looking at the stream and seeing so many people. Yeah, exactly, Nar. See, so that's how I know Narvin, like, that is exactly when, if this was Mizkif's chat, it would be all no smiley face or something. They do that all the time. Anybody have any Twitch Prime? Hey, if you have Prime subs, no smiley face, no smiley face. It's like, that is one of the moves, but... if anyone hasn't supported in that sense, or would like to help out, it would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, there's other things too. Following, just showing up to the next stream. Oh, how about this? I am going to, I think, by the time the next stream happens, so we'll do this, do ! Socials. I am going to put out a, aside from the VODs, which are up on YouTube, I fell behind by a couple streams, but it's up to date now. Like the last stream is up on YouTube. I am going to put out, even if it's really basic and not the best, I'm gonna stagger these things and not just put out a whole bunch of videos at once, but I'll start putting out some of the like improvisations and stuff like that I've edited. And so I'll do that unless something like major comes up. I'll do that either tonight or tomorrow afternoon, sometime between now and the next stream. So, yeah. That's another thing that can help too. If you can, when these things happen, if you can, I don't want you to watch them just for the sake of watching them. I mean, technically it would help, but right, it feels like a weird thing to ask. Just play the video. Like, but if you like it, all those things that people say, make sure to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this with people, all that stuff does help, and there's a reason people say it. So if you want to help out in a way that's not financial, but takes some time and effort, if you like the videos and you actually like them and then actually like do the liking thing, that's that would help out. All right, we're gonna do some more music. A couple things. Nova, thank you for the 19-month resub. And then am I saying this right? Well, I haven't said it yet, but I said it in my head. Elincia, perhaps. Thank you for the raid. I talked to. That's all right. That always happens. That's a law of Twitch physics. I did it. Nice. First one. That's right. I pride myself on name pronunciations. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, but I do. Thank you for the raid. What were you streaming? Here, I'll play some music. I was gonna do the ending song, but I'll do a little bit more than that. And welcome everybody. Hey, Laura, thank you for the 3 gift subs. I do appreciate it. Hey, 112 Mitch. Freakmeister. TDS, welcome to the stream. I appreciate the chant, even if the emotes weren't able to show up. And Elincia, thank you again for the raid. We'll do a couple more. We'll do the 2 Catalan folk songs, the second one being the ending song, for those who don't know, and the stream every time with the same song. But we'll do 2 songs. Alright, take care, Narvin. And now, for the actual ending song. Hello, Hoagie Man. Thanks for all the hearts. Sekul, hello. Came in right at the end. So I'll be back tomorrow night, so a little more than 24 hours from now. 25 and a half hours from now. I will be back live. Again, keep your eyes out for an actual new video on YouTube of an improvisation that you may or may not have heard. Some of you will most certainly have been there when we did it, but it's I don't know, maybe which one should I start with? The ones which one was the ones I like cut and edited and stuff was a few of the underwater ones. Then we did a waterfall thing, and then the Foggy Woods one. Oh, there was also... Wait, did I not do... Oh, that means I don't think... The balloons! That's what I thought! Maybe I should start with that. I feel like that would actually be pretty simple to just cut out. Because that one I did so purposefully... I tried to make it easy for future me to just go like, and just cut it before and after and be like, and then you can do the other stuff. But like, whereas these other ones, I kind of had to mess with a tiny bit, but. It'll be one of those. So. It'll be a surprise for you. It's a surprise for me. I don't even know what we're going to do. So make sure to be prepared for that. What else? Well, that's about it. That's about it for now. So we shall do this, and then we shall do this. You can copy either one of those, the second one, if you're subbed. And now I'm going to scroll through my seemingly infinite follow list and find someone to raid. I'm sure there are going to be a bunch of people. There are a whole bunch of people. Thanks, Asgard. Okay, still, Thank you. Gracias, Tennis. I'm trying to look even better. Trying to get in shape. Tyrell, you came in just in time for the raid? Exactly, yep. You are just in time to raid somebody. We're trying to, there was it was AI LINCA. Hey, there we go. Actually, I don't know if am I following them? I'm not. Now I am. And I'm most certainly following Cactus. No, I believe they were the only... Yeah, they were the only two today. So. I'm still scrolling, by the way. Still scrolling. Okay, maybe we can do this. Perhaps. Peut-être. On peut raider Little Big Whale. peut-être. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I forgot to thank Jeff Bezos. Yeah, so maybe, we'll do it. We'll raid Little Big Whale. She's doing some singing. And just sort of really quickly before it, on the topic of like stream size and these are, well, I'm not even gone. Not even gone. I'm still here. At least I think in terms of stream size and stuff, this is what, hello, type delete. This is why I've said this. It's not just for me to, I'm not just trying to be nice and, kiss their butts, but like when people like Little Big Whale come and raid or Mr. MV, it seems to just be the big, I don't know, them two are the main ones who have like really big streams that aren't just like blah, blah, toxic, crazy nonsense. No, I'm actually here. No, man, you're just in denial. You're actually not there, man. You gotta deal with it. Alright? You gotta learn to practice acceptance of the fact that you're not actually existing right now, man. You're totally in denial. You're totally in denial. Uni, hello. Hello. You also came here for the raid. You came for the raid. So, yeah, so this you'll see, watch the, instead of, here, let's do this. Well, let's look at the difference for a second. Let's look at the difference for a second. I swear I'm gonna raid. Let's look at the difference. We'll leave Miskif alone. We'll go to our boy XQC. Go to our boy XQC. Okay, just try to imagine the difference between coming into this. Okay, now the size is, it's not really that fair because there's 66,000 people watching. Literally 66,401. Okay. The difference between this and this. So let's try to, notice some different, again. It's not a really fair, compare. It's not a total one-to-one comparison, but I think it should be, chill. Yeah, there's almost 3,000 people in the stream. There's almost 3,000 people in the stream. Watch what happens. Watch what happens when we go over there. Watch what happens. And that is, watch what happens. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. It's mainly French, by the way. It's basically all French, although she does speak English, and I'm sure she will, right, when we raid. Mainly the song she sings tends to be in English too, and a whole bunch of people in there speak English, so they'll all switch. But just to give you a heads up, if you're like, what the heck? What are these crazy language are they speaking? Antoine. Yeah, okay, that whole crew, that's why it's like, it's not because they're French, but they're saying, okay, Antoine, Zeratar, Mr. MV, Little Big Whale, God, there's so many of them. Who are some other people? Name them. Gomart and Horty and Bagheera and Dam and there's just a whole bunch of them, and they're all really popular, and none of them have toxic chat. Well, that's the thing. All you have to do is just you just have to, you can take some control as the streamer. You can do that. I mean, think about all the people we ban here. And that's because if I refuse to have the potential success be at the cost of that. It's not gonna be I'm not getting there through having shitty people around. I'm not doing it. And then once you do it, it's not gonna be it's like too late. You think XQC can just ban these people? He probably could. It would have to be, he'd essentially have to like ban everyone, and it would take a long time, and he'd still permanently have some people who come in, but like think about the energy that would have to be put in to actually change this. It's insane. It'd be wild. But that's, that's what he chose. Like, that's what those streamers chose. They chose it. Hey, thanks, Rory. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I would like to have it be a place where it's lovely and chill. I would like those to be the describing words. So I'm glad. Also, Tanguy, ça marche? C'est comme ça qu'on fait des raids? Yeah, you don't change the people. Those people are going to be... That's why people are like, no, accept them, try to understand them. It's like, c'est comme ça qu'on raid? Okay. For those guys who don't know, Tanguy is French, so we'll do c'est comme ça qu'on raid. That's a Google Trans... Yeah, that's why I figured it's like... And unfortunately, that's not how... it works. You know what I should do? Maybe make a French like raid command with that. So we'll do this. C'est comme ça qu'on raid avec le salut. Avec le salut. No. Second. Oh. Wait. Okay, hold on a second. I just noticed I have this emote. Yeah, I'll do this. I guess someone gifted me a sub to PPMD. And he's wearing a beret and saluting with a baguette in front of the French flag. Gotcha. Oh, look at that. Canada's already on top of it. K4, what's up? We're just about to head out. We just figured out the raid stuff. So let's do this. Let's say hey to Little Big Whale. I mean, I think a bunch of you will notice a bunch of people in that stream too. But yeah, I'll be back. Raid nice streams. That's another thing. That's why I don't take raid requests, because I like to make sure I know who we're raiding. It's not to be like, oh, that person you suggested automatically sucks. It's like, that's not how that works. I just want to know. Because I feel like I'm sort of responsible for who I bring you over to. All right. Little Big Whale, aka Trivia. Okay. Is it actually sub-only chat? Maybe it's follower, because it says it may be follower only. But you should just follow anyway, because for one, how much is it? It's probably follower only. I highly doubt it's sub only. I I mean, I'm sub, so I can't tell right now. I wish they let you know. Why don't they make the distinction? I don't know. Don't leave. That's all right. It's not for long. I'll be back. I'll be back. Trust me, I'll be back. There would have to be a major issue to not be back. The past 3.5 years supports that. So I'll be back. Until next time. That's right. It's not goodbye. It's just until next. All right. All right. Let's say, hey, stop. You stop. You stop. Time out. I'm not gonna ghost you. I'll be here tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Until then, let's say hey to Little Big Whale. Take care.